Okay. So channel list, voice channels, join. Need another for loop colors. There we go. Magenta or other weird colors. Oh shit, there's so much commented out. Ooh, Jesus. Okay, let's see. See text. dvui.context. Missing fill rectangle because those are menu buttons or something like that. Hey Christoph, I came with a distributed systems background to Zig. Is there anything in the language could contribute to this? I'm in love with Zig. Hello, charming Groovy. Also, Baumanator, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Holy shit. Thank you. So what can Zig contribute to distributed systems? What can Zig contribute to distributed systems? Let's see. Can't often follow the stream since I'm working, but I love the work to do. The work you do, and Zig is cool. Thank you very much. Thank you. Theme. This one is one dark. This one in here is Ayu, AYU, something along those lines. Theme. Change color theme. It's Ayu Mirage bordered. There's not a lot of difference between these two, but yeah, that's what I'm using. So, okay, let me try to answer this question. Okay, so from a perspective of community/ecosystem, you might be interested maybe in what Tiger Ritual is doing. More specifically, there is a conference that they run called Systems Distributed. And the talks, and it's a conference that is 50% systems, 50% distributed in a sense. So it's about not just distributed systems, but also about systems. So usually you will find that Andrew is there and he talks about systems. Other people there talk about distributed systems more than anything else. So there's a bit of both. And so that's one thing. And also in general, and all the stuff that Tiger Ritual makes, you might find interesting because they have they use view stamp replication. They don't do Raft or Paxos. And yep, this might be interesting. Other than that, Zig itself, I don't know, it's a lower level programming language, so gives you control over stuff, and it's good for implementing some distributed stuff for sure. You know, critical infrastructure, you do want a lower level programming language, in my opinion. Now, whether that should be Zig or something else, that's up to you. But having a lower level programming language under your belt helps you understand exactly what it is that your programming, whatever it is that your program can guarantee or not. Because ultimately, you know, for example, durability on disk, what you can guarantee is what you can access at the low level. that does make a difference. Other than that, we are introducing Async IO, which is a tool that people use a lot in distributed systems. Async await, that kind of stuff. And I think we are coming up with a pretty compelling implementation of that. I don't know. That's mostly it. Other than that, I don't know. It's a general purpose programming language. So it just unlocks you. It just gives you a way of making, all kinds of programs in a way that higher level programming languages don't give you. Like if the only thing you know is .NET, if you only do C#, then you're kind of stuck on Windows. It's not strictly true. You can kind of make some stuff work on some Linux and macOS, but it sucks. The moment you move away from Windows, now you're like, what you're making is foreign to the system, and a lot of things will suck. With Zig, that's not the case. And the same can be said of every higher level programming language. So it's a good tool to have under your belt. Can I suggest reserving 10% of your Zig show time for content specifically aimed at complete newcomers to Zig? Oof. It's tough because as Zig becomes more popular, there will be more. There will be more. Like the spectrum of needs that people have will become wider. Certainly, we do want to have certain things that can make sense to newcomers. But I will tell you right away, I'm not going to focus too much on onboarding complete newcomers right now. In the future, I might. Probably I will, but today is still too early, which doesn't mean that I'm acknowledging that the need exists. It's just it's too early for me. In terms of me deciding what I want to do with my channel, and this is not the right time for me. That said, I will tell you that there are other people who are attempting to do this kind of stuff. One that comes to mind is Seifert. So if you want to see somebody who is who has started approaching Zig more recently and who is in the process of learning, and he's showing you what he's learning as he goes through this journey. Let's see, Seifert. Oh, watch me fuck up his name horribly and never find him. Is it without the H? Yeah, it's without the H. Sorry. That is on me. In any case. So check this out. Oh god. Why Zig over Rust, C++, Odin, NIM, etc. Uh-oh. Language war. Warning. In any case, let's see. You can see that he's making learning Zig by building Space Invaders. So check this out. There might be more examples. I don't think I know all the people who are starting. What I can tell you is that there are a lot of grifters out there. So if you just search for like Zig, I don't know, beginner or like just Zig content, you will find a ton of garbage out there. What I can tell you is that Seifert is not one of those. Seifert is just doing, content from humans for humans. Which this is where the bar is right now. But if you search for Ziglang, man, you will find some things. You will definitely find some things, that's for sure. You know what? Maybe thankfully they don't even show up. Oh no, there we go. I think this might be one of those. Like just AI generated videos.
Every few decades, a new language claims.
No, that is a person. That is an actual person. Never mind. No, this is real. That was real. Where's the slop? This also seems real. But I can promise you there is a ton of slop. Info world. That is also real. You know what? I'm almost disappointed, but there's crap on YouTube as well. So Ooze with Uzi. Thank you for the raid. Hello everybody. Welcome. Hello. Hello Dev Nina. Hello Props TV. I was told to raid you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Your viewers. Interesting. I guess you have viewers that know me. Well, welcome everybody. I hope you had a good time, because you're not gonna get one now. The good times are over. You know what we're doing now? Well, I was scavenging YouTube for slop about Zig, and I couldn't immediately find one. Not because there aren't. There's definitely a ton. It's just that I don't know. YouTube is doing a good job of filtering some of that stuff out. And yeah. In any case, I was suggesting to people also that if they want, since somebody was talking about like beginner content for people who want to learn Zig, also for the people who are joined from the raid. In case you don't know, I work at the Zig Software Foundation, and Zig is a programming language, a lower level programming language. So you have to be interested. You have to be serious about making programs, serious enough that you say, you know what, I will not take automatic memory management. I will not take, wishy-washy explanations of how thing works. I will not take the higher level API. I will get the lower level API so that I know precisely what it is that the system can do for me or not in detail. And there's a lot of extra work that you have to do. But there's a lot of extra benefits that you can get from that approach if you want to make your software serious enough. If you're not happy that, this kind of works, but it's a little bit janky, it's a little bit slow, that kind of stuff. If you don't want to be fine with that, then you need a lower level programming language. And looking at this community from the outside is funny. What do you mean? What do you mean? We're perfectly normal people, most of the time. Just a bunch of dudes who are trying to write new code and maybe get it right this time. Oh yeah. Well, personally, you know what? I'm just happy to get it marginally more right than before, and then somebody can come tomorrow and rewrite it again, and hopefully make a similar leap forward using another future language. This has been a discussion that I've had with some people in the core team. I honestly would be happy to see Zig become obsolete. Not tomorrow. Hopefully, we're making something that is, given the amount of effort that we're investing in this thing, hopefully it stays relevant for like, I don't know, a few decades. But then it would be nice to see at some point somebody make something that is that has taken, all the good lessons from Zig, learned all the bad lessons from Zig, and made something new. So I would definitely be happy to see that happen in the future. I don't know. Such is life. Let's see. I thought it would be simple, or I can just have this object to generate my card. Each card is a prefab. What's going on? But now I have a single card that's pulled with a prefab applies. The upgrade the card display shows what? Sorry, I'm not sure what this is about. You either become obsolete or you become C. I mean, Uh, I guess it depends on how you define obsolete, right? I would define C obsolete in some ways, but yeah, of course that. But it's not obsolete in the sense that you can forget about it because it's still around and you have to deal with it. um, all the mistakes that we regret weren't made yet. Well, okay. I'll tell you. I'll tell you one thing, Diablo. Since we're, it's just us talking. So it's just come closer. In my opinion, the biggest mistakes that Rust made were not about the technology. They were about how they organized socially and then financials. Obviously, we in the Zig project also have plenty of space for making mistakes going forward. But I have this feeling that because of a variety of reasons, so it's not necessarily that people were, not competent enough to notice. Some of that has had to be there because we're software developers, and software developers are tragicomically bad at this stuff always. But we put a lot of emphasis into getting the financials and the social structure around Zig right. And so far, this has paid off significantly. And I think to me, that is the one thing that makes me optimistic about us being able to do better going forward. Not because we are, inherently smarter or whatever the heck. It's just that we have put engineering effort into getting right the stuff that isn't strictly, I don't know, what goes in the standard library versus what doesn't, for example. I mean, we'll have to look into that as well in the future, but yeah. For example, the fact that Andrew started a 501c3 nonprofit right off the bat, that's good. That's really good. The type of good that Rust never had. So yeah. And the new CEO was a Google plant. Yeah. The new CEO was a Google plant. And then the foundation, the drama involving early Rust Foundation stuff sucked. If the drama that you're talking about is like the trademark drama, even before that, in my opinion, there was like something going wrong at the Rust Foundation. Like they had wait a second. So ZSF will not be picked up by Anthropic. no, we won't. Anthropic can buy Bun. They can't buy Zig. With all due respect. Actually, I don't know how much respect is due. That is that. You know what? I will leave you in the audience to decide the appropriate amount of respect due. But no, we're not for sale. Look, the Zig deal is that we are actually happy to get investment from big tech. We're genuinely happy, like no joke, genuinely delighted at the idea. But the deal that we tend to offer is X amount of money for 0% of the company and 0 board seats. They get to pick the X, but we pick the zeros. So nope, no big tech in the board of directors. None at all. And so, talking about this, so what I was referring to with regards to the Rust Foundation, I wrote about this at the time, is that the Rust Foundation started with an interim CEO, right, Ashley Williams, and then she kind of got ousted because they didn't renew her contract, like the board of directors, which at the time was being controlled by AWS, at least to some degree. The Rust Foundation board of directors had some seats assigned to AWS, and at the time, the president, like the the chair of the board of directors was also AWS, somebody from AWS. And so they kind of didn't, they ousted in practice, in my opinion, the ad interim CEO, and they stayed without CEO for like more than a year, at least half a year. Like they stayed for a while without CEO. And then they got, and in the meantime, the foundation didn't do shit for the community whatsoever. And then they hired at the Rust Foundation. The money was being spent hiring somebody who would do copywriting, and that's it. And then like a year and a half later, they hire a new CEO who was somebody who I believe she's still there, who had experience running nonprofits, but not in tech. Somebody who had no idea about the misaligned incentives between big tech companies and a language nonprofit like Rust, like the Rust Foundation, at least on paper. And so, with all due respect, I do think that was kind of a puppet hire at the end of the day. So, man, I remember when there were like interviews where Ashley would say things that are actually not even that reactionary, things that are like perfectly sensible. Like, there's obviously a tension between big tech companies and the Rust project, because big tech companies want to hire people in the core team because those are excellent engineers. They know the language in and out, and so they are going to be important assets for the company. But then if the company hires somebody in the core team to work with the language instead of working on the language, then nobody ends up working on the language anymore, because everybody is chasing better salary. And I mean, or maybe they're not exactly chasing, but you get the idea, right? Having not having the ability to pay your core developers is a problem. And so, yeah, I wonder what is the perspective on this that the new CEO of the Rust Foundation has on this. I would really be interested in hearing her take on this. Considering that it's somebody who isn't a software engineer and doesn't know anything about this stuff. Anyway, whatever. They can do whatever they want. In our case, no big tech in the board of directors. We'll see what that get us. Maybe we run out of money and Zig, I don't know, just fucking dies. We'll see. On that topic, by the way, if you were donating on GitHub page, GitHub sponsors, since we moved away from GitHub, I encourage you to take a look at every.org. I encourage you to take a look at every.org and move your donation there. So let me do this. Work send. Okay. So here's what I discovered yesterday. So yesterday I couldn't stream because I was having connectivity problems. Sorry, I lost connection twice, and then at that point I just closed the stream because it seemed that I wasn't going anywhere. So here's what I found in the meantime, that basically the new Translate C that Vexu is working on loops forever when trying to translate speaks resampler.h, which is part of Opus tools. Opus speaks, these are all like codecs for audio, and they allow you to compress audio a lot. It's insane how good these things are. So, so yeah. So that's where we're at. Oh, somebody opened another issue that got fixed in the meantime. I guess that one was easier. Let's see. Let's see. The then new CEO was the lawyer that wrote the Mozilla public license. She was there since the beginning. She even talked that up into her being a Mozilla founder. She was not. She was just the first lawyer, and not their only first lawyer. Mhm. Can I bribe you to push a suggestion through? Wink, wink. Foreign pointer types is something I would actually need. Basically, just pointers that you aren't allowed to deref. What do you mean? We have this. It's opaque types. So, Delicious, did you forget about opaque types? You know probably about any opaque, but any opaque is type erased. If you can also make opaque types, and you can give them, you know, namespace functions, member functions. I think we should call them member functions. With opaque types, you lose information about size. Yeah. But if you know size, then you can't forbid. If you know size, then you can't forbid people from dereferencing. Once you tell them the size, then it's their bytes, it's their memory. You can't stop them. Do. Well, if for example I have a pointer to a different process which I'm not allowed to deref because of virtual memory. So your point is that it's a pointer to a type that you know. Then why do you still consider it a pointer? In a sense, for you, it would be better to transform that to an enum. Like what I would do if I were you is have an enum type for it, and cast it to that, as long as it's a foreign reference. Okay, so here's what we can do today. I can't really do that because I passed this pointer around after some modifications back to OS internals. Well, you can cast it back at some point, right? Like you call it, I don't know, pointer to, you make an enum for it, and you call it pointer, you give it a method like from pointer, and then to pointer, and then you cast it back once you have to hand it out as a pointer. In any case, if you want that to be a real proposal, you would need to make a proposal document for it and fully specify it. I'm sure there's a bajillion small things that you need to think about to even make a reasonable proposal. We do have that said, I think that we do have the concept of a pointer into a given memory space. Or if we don't have it, there's certainly an accepted proposal for it. I believe it has been implemented already, but I never used it myself because I'm not doing this kind of stuff right now. Okay, so where am I at right now? So for the people who have joined, I'm working on a chat application. I got the basics working. Or rather, I had this already. I'm porting this to new Zig because this project has been stuck for more than a year. It doesn't look good. It's not meant to look good. It's meant to look kind of like Discord, although not a one-to-one. And it's Discord is kind of like the starting blueprint, but then it will diverge if I have a reason to. And well, okay. If I join the voice channel, you can see that it echoes back. So, but when I join, you can also see that it shows up as a purple square. Like me joining the channel is just a purple square because I commented out a bunch of GUI elements. And so I want to put back those GUI elements in place. Can the 2 theoretically be written for Orca? I believe so. But Orca, last I checked, doesn't have a network stack yet. So they would need to implement the network stack. And Orca would need to implement network stack, threads, and I think that's pretty much it. And then, yeah, then you can make a GUI application for it. Also, you know what? I'm not implementing this right now because I'm working on this GUI first, but you can also make a TUI for D2. I'm splitting the core logic into a core component that doesn't depend on the GUI library at all. So you should be able to also instantiate the same business logic within a TUI application. This is something that we could experiment going forward, maybe. The problem is that you can do that, but then you have the question of, you could even make it fancy because you could even display in there images using the Kitty graphics protocol. The one problem is, how do you do calls? Because for calls, you needed the TUI application to spawn a separate window, kind of necessarily. So yeah. So I think that in any case, even a TUI application would need to have some GUI bits in it. No matter what. Anyway, so let's try to make this from a purple square into something more reasonable. This thing. Also, oh, you can hear, right? So here's the problem. There's a bug in the audio backend because I can, in theory, stop and restart it, but that doesn't work. If I restart it once, it works. The second time, it's garbled. The third time, it doesn't work. So, yeah, there's a bug in the audio backend, which I'm not going to fix now. We're going to live with it for a while more, but at least one call goes right. And you don't need to restart the server. That's also an improvement over the past. So let's try to put back these bad boys, and let's learn how to do this stuff. All right, there were also avatars, and right. Okay. Um. So okay, why did this click do that? What? I don't know why we scrolled up. Okay, so let's see. Context active point. Oh, this is the right click menu for kicking people. Okay, this is fine if we leave commented out. Okay, but we need to give it a label at least with the name. So here's the image. Oh, magenta blue. Text color. Oh, here's what's happening. We're doing magenta text on a magenta background. Okay, that explains it. So text color, I don't know. Is it mandatory? It is not mandatory. So let's leave the color, the text color. Oh, no. Wait. Because the color can be either present or pending. And the background color can be either based one or the other based on speaking. So this is now a thing. This can be now. We need to implement now. Although this can be core.now. This is another hack, but it's fine. Okay. What is the normal background color though? I guess we can do it like this, right? We can say null. If, oh no, we say null in the else case. And in the right case, we do yellow. I don't know, man. I'm not doing a good job at colors right now. Okay, let's see how this goes. Test, test, test. The speaking part doesn't work though. That sucks. We're not changing color. Okay, let's go diagnose the speaking part because I did implement speaking. Oh, unless speaking doesn't work for yourself. Yeah, you know, speaking does not work for yourself. Speaking works for other colors, but it doesn't work for yourself. Why do you get an echo while the app is running? Because I'm running the server with the de-echo flag on. That allows me to test voice calls with just myself in a voice channel because the server echoes back to me my own audio. If I didn't have this flag, I would have to always join twice, or like open two applications, join with both, and only then I would be able to hear audio, and then I would hear it twice. I would hear like double echo, because both applications would be echoing. If you have Andrew and yourself in a tailnet, you can test with him. Yeah, but I also would like to be able to work on stuff. For example, right now it's not even 6 a.m. on the West Coast, so okay, so let's test also this. There's also the echo and the slow. When I run the server in slow mode, well, guess what? I get a build error because I haven't tested this stuff in a while. So 156, okay. Slop mode? No, slow mode. Okay. Do we build now? No, we don't. Oh. I think that with some metaprogramming, you would be able to implement this on top of opaque. Because you could have a generic function that returns opaque types, but the opaque type inside of itself keeps a variable of the original type, and so it would be able to offer this as a method. Sounds like a nightmare. No, it's not that bad. I don't know. Solalicious is doing some weird shit. So okay, let's try. Okay, this is slow mode in the server, so this should make everything slow. And what allows me to see is the intermediate states, as for example, the connection is being established. So in theory, if I didn't fuck it up, we should see that it takes me a while after I attempt to join this thing. It takes me a while to go from grayed out. Actually, I don't remember if it was grayed out. What was the color that we chose? To go from, oh God, magenta to blue. Well, fuck that. Okay, let's do this. Let's do. Uh, let's do gray to white. Gray with an A. Oh no. Okay. Let's try again. But the idea is because of slow mode, we would be able to observe also these intermediate states. So here we will see that it should take 1 second to go from grayed out, which means we are attempting to join, but we haven't been told that we were granted access yet to fully um, join. Maybe. No, we don't see this. Okay. What is pending? Pending is us updating the status of the active call. Right. Because we're not updating this stuff. We should update this thing. Okay, let me wire back updates to this thing. So I think we moved from intent to connecting in to do call join. No, it's not called. Call join is not it. Call join creates it with intent, but up here we have media connection details. Here we go to connecting. Where do we go to connected? What makes us go to connected? It's basically starting to receive something from UDP that makes us go to connected. The problem is, no, it's not that. It's colors update. It's a colors update that talks about ourselves. Yeah. Color is a color. ID, user voice, screen sharing. So if cu.action join and cu.color.id is our ID, how do I know what is our ID? I think we were doing that in channel list. I forgot. H client user ID. Then if state dot active call hello crypto code. If state dot active call AC, we do AC dot status dot compare update. I don't think that's the name. What is the name of the function that updates but compares also? Update swap? No. Update compare. Okay, I was almost right. Update compare. Update compare expected connecting and we want to move to connected. And this returns the previous value, and honestly, I guess it's fine. We can ignore it. Okay, let's see how this goes. What's the problem? Expected pointer found constant pointer. Oh, right. Okay. Let's see again. Now it should go out. It should go from grayed out to not grayed out at some point, like after 1 second after I try to join. Fuck. God damn it. Uh, let's see. What am I missing out? Can your UDP architecture easily support user-defined payload types? Fuck no. No. No, 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 no. Fuck that shit. No. Keep in mind that this is real-time stuff. You just can't attach random shit to a packet and not have the system degrade. So no. Um. Is it true that Zig is now in Codeberg? Man, if only there was a way to check this stuff independently, right? Yes. Zig is on Codeberg. Confirmed. If you go to GitHub, the GitHub repository will tell you that we moved to Codeberg. And you will see that on Codeberg, there's a Ziglang organization. Okay, so what are we doing wrong? I think we're doing something wrong because let's see if we can log in here. That also requires us to stop logging UDP sequence numbers. So let's go to media. There we go. Comment this out. And from host one got color speaking. Color equals 2. Okay. So we are getting updates. Okay. Okay, let's see, because we should be receiving a colors update at some point. Okay, let's see what we got in here. Call join to. Yes. Opening stream, starting streams. New stream found 3. Okay, from host 1, got colors update. Caller ID equals 3, user equals 0, voice equals 2. Caller ID equals 3. This is this may not be the user ID. ID 3 also user equals 0, voice equals 2. So this is the voice channel. This is us then. This is the user ID. This is the caller ID. Right, so it's not caller.id, it's caller.user that we care about. While in here, oh yeah, we were checking user and user ID. There we go. Okay, so okay, I think we found our problem. Okay, let's see how it goes now. way too fucking fast. Way too fucking fast. Because we were white. Like we went from gray to white. It's just it was too fast. Why was that not slowed down? I think the server is missing a call to the slow stuff. Authentication request. Yeah. It's because of this. We are pumping these two messages one after the other. So we show up when this message is received, but also the second one is sent right away. So this sleep is actually not helping much, unfortunately. This is the downside of doing batched messages, which is great for performance, but it kind of fights us when we're trying to do slow mode. So can we enforce slow mode on the sending side? We're TCP write. Yeah, we're doing write back all. So here's what we do. We can do this. If options.slow, else write back all, but in slow mode, we do it one at a time and we sleep. So for messages, try writer.write all. We write m, we flush, and we sleep. There we go. So in slow mode, holy shit, we are going to be seriously slow. Although we're not, maybe we should even sleep first. Frankly, if we sleep first, then we kind of don't have to worry about slow mode anywhere else. Like we can take this out, we can take this out, we can take this out, we can take this out because it doesn't matter. Slow mode is enforced at the end pipe. Oops. Okay, let's try now. Let's see. I should see. I should. Oof. Okay. I should see now that we show up gray, and then 1 second later we show up white. Or not, I guess. God damn it. Don't forget to call safe sleep in slow mode, right? um, how are the CIs on Codeberg? As in, regarding it being backed up quite a bit on GitHub due to various issues, all nice and smooth on Codeberg? Well, on Codeberg and on GitHub, we are using our own runners. So, or if you mean like how's our CI in general, it's fine, but it's also not a one-to-one comparison because we're also adding machines. So, like, if your question is there any difference? Like, if you take your same CI infrastructure that previously was running, like the ones that we our own servers, and you swap out the GitHub Actions runner with the Codeberg one, is there like a big difference? I think in general, no. But also, I don't have a concrete data point because as we are moving around, we're also mixing, matching, adding machines, doing stuff. So I don't have a one-to-one comparison, but I can promise you that the GitHub runner was giving us a lot more trouble than the Codeberg runner. The Codeberg runner is written in Go and also runs on machines where the GitHub runner doesn't run. Surprise, surprise. That's what tends to happen when you have a runtime dependency on the damn .NET runtime. Why don't the GitHub repo nuke all the files in the main 3 except for the README notice to make it clear it's not mirrored? Good question. Maybe we should do something like that. I don't know. It's Andrew that managed this stuff. Maybe at some point we'll look back into it and try to make it better. My favorite and best Ziggy streamer. Thank you. Yeah. Do. Yeah, no. We're not using Codeberg runners. I think that you need to ask them to get access to Codeberg runners because they have limited availability. Understanding they're not a ginormous big tech, and our CI needs are pretty intense because we have jobs that like last 10 hours because it's building Zig for any possible target, running all the tests, and all the tests include also a foreign target part. So like every time you make a build of Zig for Linux, that will run all tests on Linux, and then it will build also those tests for Windows and run those on Windows. There's the full cross matching between uh, origin platform and target platform, and the foreign tests, like the tests for foreign systems, are run through QEMU. No, maybe yes, QEMU. I forget the one for macOS. Darling, maybe. In any case, they whine. So, so long story short, there's a bajillion tests that need to run, and also we compile LLVM. That also takes forever. So our CI needs are like definitely out of scale for what usually provided runners are expected to run. So we're still unable to make this stuff work. Man, it's not a big deal. It's a tiny thing. I just expected it to be simpler. And I don't know why it's not working. Like, we're basically not showing up. Why do we not show up? Because we're not in the colors list. And we are in the colors list. Yeah, you know what? I think I forgot what my series of things should look like. I think that this should be different. Intent or connecting should be true. Yeah. So this is all fine. I think, but this is only for colors. So the problem is that I don't show up in the color list. Like, we don't show up in the color list. I think there should be a special case thing where we add ourselves to the list if we're not in there. Something like that. I don't know. Well, thank you. Have a nice day. Okay. Enough with this stuff. No, it's not important. What can we do that is more important? I think I want to take a look at IO threaded cancellation. I postponed this stuff because other people were supposed to work on IO threaded stuff, but it seems that they're not. And it seems also that if they are, this is not a conflicting change. So we might as well pull the trigger and do some of this work And hopefully we're not gonna mess it up while on stream. Last famous words. So here's the plan. The plan is we're gonna implement IO thread cancellation. I have a partial diff that I'll see in my stash, that I will see if I can pop from my stash, or I will have to look into, or I will have to like port over manually. We'll see. And that is for adding cancellation support to IO threaded. And then I don't know, we can make a PR for it, and Andrew will merge it whenever he feels like it. And then I don't know. So give me a sec. Doo-doo-doo. Sorry. Oh, also, I saw just now. I found the food gun with nested arenas. I can fix it, but it's pretty annoying. Thanks a lot for the info on that. Nice. Why doesn't Ziggy have shadowing? Well, why do you want shadowing? I mean, I can understand why you would want shadowing, but you know, shadowing comes with trade-offs. Like, to some degree, it's nice. To some degree, it's not nice. So, I don't know. It's just a choice. Yeah, I do have that, which was used for something else before we made the all your code base organization on GitHub. And yeah, I know. Tutum. I don't see moving all your code base off of GitHub. I could see opening an all your code base somewhere else. I think somebody has already taken all your code base on Codeberg, but there's no point in moving stuff around, stuff of that kind. Okay. What was I trying to do here? Okay, now here's fine. Okay. Is to keep stable builds its own URL to point to all your code base domain instead of GitHub. Oh. I don't think I want to do that either, because I kind of would like for repositories to disappear from the all your code base organization if the upstream project um, upstreams stuff. So I would be delighted to break people's build to let them know that they can now depend on the upstream uh, project having their own quote unquote native build.zig. Okay, so here's what we're doing now. I think I'm gonna make myself tea. Chat for a little bit more while the tea brews, and then we do IO thread cancellation. I'm sometimes doing other stuff while listening, but did you actually say that your solution for CI and runners are considering you have such intense build and test offer? Did you actually say what your solution for CI and runners are, considering you have such intense build and test after versioning updates? Um, I mean, we have our own machines. We have a bunch of computers that run our CI jobs, and that's it. Also, I'm noticing how weirdly, I think my camera is not flush at all, which is weird because it should be. I can promise you the thing behind me is not angled that way. It's the camera doing that, which is weird because why is it doing that? Huh. Also, the door is not angled that way. Why is it this? That's how it should be. That's straight. Oh no, it's like some weighted thing that it's making it. Well, you know what? Sorry guys, we're keeping the boat vision. Yeah, I live on a boat and I'm constantly turning. I'm constantly running in a circle. uh, I live in the. You know, one of the final scenes of one of the Pirate of Caribbean's movies where you have the two boats going down a I don't know, whirlpool thing. Anyway, um, so yeah, long story short, we just have our own machines and we make them work. That's it. Uh, you said Forjo the same as Codeberg uses, but I guess you just self-host it. No, well, kinda. So what I mentioned is that the Forge software is the same, and you can self-host the full um, website yourself and have your own instance, or use Codeberg. We use Codeberg, but then we don't use Codeberg runners for CI. We have our own um, computers that run just the CI part. In our computers running the CI part connect to Codeberg. So you go to Codeberg to see the Zig project, the Zig repository, but then the Codeberg CI infrastructure, instead of using its own computers to run our jobs, uses our computers to run our jobs. That's it. So it's just CI that it's somewhere else. Is the new Async API publicly available or still in progress? Yes to both questions. It is publicly available and it is in progress. If you download an unstable build of the compiler, you will find all the async stuff in the standard library. I'm using it with this application that I have here, for example, and I'm now gonna work on one particular implementation of this. So let me go start the tea, and then I'll be right back. Chat for a few minutes, and then we can start the work. I'm back. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do this bork. AFK. I'm not going AFK. I'm just using this as a timer. T ready. Also, let's do it like this. Dash T. There we go. Do. Thank you. Do. Yeah, I don't know. It's the stand that I'm using to keep it on. It's look, it's a complicated story. Okay. Is this better now? I think I made it better. It's not perfect, but I think I made it better. Or you know what I can do? Wait. Maybe this also could help. Eh? You know what? Not perfect, but I'll take it. This would be the right way, but okay, now it's not as crooked anymore. Hopefully. Would be nice if there was a command to get Zig to dump the contents of the some dependency into a directory so that you can read the source code while GitHub is down, even if you don't clone it. I think this would make sense, and I think we probably will have something like this. I also think that it would be interesting to have. I think it would also not be a bad idea if projects vendored their dependencies by default. Okay, so still waiting for the T, but in the meantime, let's get set up. Zig source, git pull. Did I do zig pull? God damn it, man. We went through this also the last time. God damn it. Okay. Okay. So we should take a look also at what's happening inside SCD IOFS because Andrew is changing a bajillion things. Let's see if he's changing. He's definitely touching the same file, but let's see if he's touching the lines that we're interested in. Oh, there's no diff from master. New pull request. I mean, yeah. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Wait, what? Oh, he didn't. Never mind. He did not touch. He did not touch at all. Threaded. Yeah. Good luck. Yeah. Look, it's insane, right? These goddamn noobs. They come. They pretend. They demand to contribute to open source. They don't know basic etiquette, and then they're working on this one PR that has like 11,000 additions and 11,000 deletions, and then they expect somebody to review their code. So like, who's gonna review this noob's code now? I don't know. Then this is probably never gonna get merged. So change files, GitHub couldn't handle that. Showing this definitely for sure. Okay. Oh, you're right. That might be it. Oh my god. So this is all slop. To be fair, I mean, it has to be slop, right? Who would be able to change 10,000 lines of code otherwise in a branch? Has to be. Oh wait, show more. I just noticed the show more button. But what? Oh, never mind. It I should have assumed as much. Never mind. So here's the changes to threaded. Okay, let's see if we're gonna conflict. Oh no, we're not. Wait, this is it? Wait. Threaded. Oh no, never mind. No, that makes sense. I actually knew that it was impossible because he's implementing new stuff. So he has to be adding a bajillion lines to this thing. Oh no, we're definitely gonna conflict, I think. No, never mind. He's implementing few text weight and cancelable, catch and reachable. Huh. I think they should not be too bad, maybe. Oh, wait. He also added io.event. That's good. We're getting io.event. That is nice. Yeah, no, never mind. 100%, 1 bajillion percent going to conflict because that's what I will be touching. So, long story short, we're not gonna do it this then. Let's wait for Andrew to merge this branch. And thank you. Also gonna get my tea. So when Andrew merges, we're going to do this work. Not now. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So what we were saying is, this will have to wait. No, let's not conflict. Doo-doo-doo-doo. The show more button was a mistake. Um, it did take a while, right? From since when I pressed to when it showed everything up, it did take a moment. Um, although to be fair, it shouldn't take much. Like it's like 200 lines. Why would it be 200 files or something? Like why would it be that complicated? Sure, you have to build like a tree like structure, but man, uh oh, what's happening here? Loading. Excuse me? 503. Oh, now it's working. I don't know. Add compiler step. Yeah, I don't know. Hmm. So what do we do then? I guess we continue working on D2. Although I don't know what I would want to be working on right now. Not that there isn't work to do, obviously, but we can take a look at the server and take a look at client disconnection. Or even before that, there's also the database stuff. So related to this, there's also the database stuff that I have actually some good news to share. I was mentioning a while ago that I was shopping for a dependency to deal with SQLite, and I ended up testing out ZQLite by Carl Seguin, and I'm having a good time with it. It's not particularly abstracted, and so far, it seems to have everything that I need. I could use something slightly more fancy, but also not as fancy as the other one that had like a bajillion comp time things in it that were like impossible to debug. I had no idea what the fuck the API was attempting to do. So, let's see. Database. So long story short, the SQLite stuff I was able to mostly port over. What is this commented stuff? Oh right, this was the janky update procedure which I commented out. So basically, I'm opening with the create flag. So if you try to run init, but the database already exists, you just get a hard error right away, and we close everything and then load schema. Is now very simple. Runs exec no arguments on each one of these guys, which are all table creation queries, or yeah, it's either table creation or index creation. I guess it's table, and then if there are indices, then or there's also an insert in here. Okay, so I guess they're just like related queries. So we ran those and everything works fine, except that when we get an error, we do log. We error out on the query name, and then we run fatal db, which prints the db error. And this is like the last thing that this library does well, which is you can call last error to get a string that represents the last error that happened. in a correct way. When I tested this library in the beginning, when I had just wired it on stream, I had not yet put this in, so we would be getting something like error, something that didn't tell us anything about what went wrong. But with that thing, it was easy to debug everything, and mapping things to the database right now, it's boring, but it's straightforward. Again, better could be done for sure, but this is a reasonable starting point, without a doubt. And what else? So this basically means that this persistence stuff has been unlocked, and it's now not in a problematic place anymore, and it's just a matter of designing how we want things to work. And I remember doing a bunch of work, like there's a table for defining emotes. There's a table for notifications, a table for messages being seen. I don't know if these are all good ideas. I just like prototyped them, and then they're not wired in at all yet. But SQLite is not problematic anymore. That's good. So that being said, let's take a look at client disconnection on the server. Also, here's another thing. The server was originally created to be single-threaded. The assumption was single-threaded server plus, mainly single-threaded server plus threads for multimedia. So like a thread for the UDP stuff, for example. The problem is that now, if we are using io.threaded, that's not the case anymore. Now this thing is not single-threaded. This thing is now multi-threaded. And well, we don't have any locks. We need to do a lot of work in the server. So let's work on the server today. I'm mainly focusing on the client because that's where the most complicated stuff is, but obviously the server needs some love as well. So right now we have a var called state, which is just a struct with a bunch of fields, and then we make an instance of it. So we keep all the state inside of a struct. Again, this is not necessarily the best way of doing it, although it does work. And this could be individual like vars. We could make them global variables all separate. The problem with doing that is that it's not immediately obvious if you're accessing something that should be protected by a mutex or not. And that could be, there are like also other global variables like these ones, for example. Although, you know what, maybe we could also start parameterizing these bad boys as well, like allowing you to specify where you want to bind these things. Anyway, there's that. And then in here, there's a bunch of state. So I'm thinking that we might want to replicate what we're doing in the client, where we create, where basically we make state something that you shouldn't be accessing. And instead you're supposed to grab a lock. So how would this work? Just a quick view. So here's the main function, the run function. Run function spawns a bunch of, starts listening, spawns run TCP accept, run UDP socket. So it spawns 2 coroutines and blocks. TCP accept just accepts connections and then runs client manager on them. So this guy is fine, doesn't do anything. This guy sees a connection and immediately runs client TCP read and client TCP write. And client TCP read handles all kinds of things, including authentication. Here's a thing that I think we could do, which is we don't run these bad boys until the connection is authenticated. So the idea is we do the authentication workflow in here, which I think is not a bad idea, which also means that you just do not get access to any of these things until you went through the authentication procedure, which also means that we can make this at this point here, we can make this unreachable in here, and well, not unreachable because they could be sending the request, but we could make this an error basically. Under the assumption that you're not allowed to re-authenticate while already authenticated, which might be changed in the future. But that also means that right now, every time I'm trying to do, the most important part is actually in inverse, is the fact that if you're not authenticated, you're not going to be in a code path that can handle these guys. Because right now, these guys have to check at the top that you are authenticated. So let's not do this. And also, there's no concept of a timeout in here, while we do want to have timeouts if you're not authenticating. So let's change this stuff. So how does this look like? Basically, it looks like this. Authentication, we do it in here. And it starts with a take byte. Oh shit. But if we do this, then we need to create the reader. We need to create both reader and writer outside of here in a different stack. Huh. I don't love that. But we kind of have to. I don't love it, but it's not a bad idea. And that means that we can put this stuff inside client. Client can hold its own buffers and readers and writers, and then they just get used instead of being stuck local variables. Or rather, these stuck local variables. Huh. I really wonder if there's a downside. There's like a performance penalty in using memory that is on another stack. Well, it's not a big deal because worst case, we can just heap allocate. Huh. Or we could copy. In any case, let's move the authentication above. I like it. It's just better for our own sanity. So if marker is different, then p2 protocol dot client dot authenticate dot marker. So if the client tried to tell us to send us anything other than an authentication message, we just error out log dot error or debug or info client. It's not really an error, it's just an info, maybe even debug. You know what? Yeah, debug. Client sent us client unauthenticated client. Unauthenticated client sent us wrong marker. Marker, and we return, which will init the client. which will close the connection. Boom, boom. And we call it a day. Yeah. There we go. Okay, let's do the reader stuff. There we go. Okay, so now client has this state. And the problem is that these guys need to be set to undefined because we need to set them. Oh god, we need to set them here. There we go. This kind of makes you think that you would want to have an init function, doesn't it? It almost makes you think that you want to do that. The problem is that we still have pointers. Like this is the only place where we're going to create a client. We're not going to create clients anywhere else. And yeah, you still have pointer shenanigans. So even like a init function wouldn't be bad from the perspective of having one place where you instantiate a client. But in any case, we don't care about the reusability because again, we're just gonna create clients from here. We're not gonna create clients anywhere else. Also, what the heck is this TCP queue buff? Oh, it's for the queue. Well, why shouldn't it be here? Alternatively, we don't put those buffers in here. And we don't put those buffers in here, so we can also do this. Maybe this looks better. We don't put them here. And then in here, we do it like this, which was basically what we were already doing. So we can also do this where we don't put those buffers in there. That makes the instantiation easier. The client is not self-sufficient though, if we do it this way, but again, it doesn't matter. It really does not matter. I don't think it needs to be a comment because like you literally cannot do that. This is the one place where we're accepting connections, and you cannot create a client if you're not accepting TCP connections. In a very far future where you say, you know what, we're gonna have multiple transports, so you're gonna be able to create clients also over some other weirdo type of connection that isn't a TCP connection, or rather like this TCP connection here. Maybe. But it is just very far in the future. So I think now the creation code is nicer. Doesn't change much. But yeah. So now we can do this. There we go. Now we have reader and writer. There you go. Okay, so we have reader and writer now. Expected void found error stream read failed. Right, client manager cannot return anything because it's a void function. So to be fair, we can just do catch return. For all these errors, I think we can do catch return because like on a network error, it's not even worth logging it, basically. It's going to be different when we now parse the message. Parsing the message, failing, that's worth catching the error, printing something, and then returning. Okay, so marker has to be the one that we expect. Also here we can do this. Const reader equals client.tcp reader state.interface. Pointer 2. There we go. Now we have a reader again. So this has been fixed. This has also been fixed with a dot. This is also happy. And what else? This is also happy. Oh, we need to do basically this. Do this here, and in here, we make this a error. Log.debug, authenticated client, attempted to authenticate again. Return. So this returns. We can even return error.d2 protocol error, which I think we're allowed to return from here. And so that people know, in case anybody cares. We probably don't care. Yeah, we're doing catch throwaway, but it's fine. So nice. So that means that everything else is only allowed if you're authenticated. That is nice. And that means we can do this. We can do in call join request, and we can remove must be authenticated. We can take out must be authenticated. And we can take out must be authenticated. There might be other requirements for you to be able to run some of these operations. But in any case, authentication is assumed. Runs an upper connection routine after Successful authentication. So you don't get access to these things if you're not authenticated, which is cool. So we have a client, so we can run on client authenticate request. Yeah. Error processing authenticate return. Okay, post condition assert that client dot. Actually, we can even do something better. We don't assert it here. We assert it here. Assert client dot TCP dot authenticated, different than null. What does client have? Oh, it's not in TCP. Makes sense. It's different than null. So we assert it here. We assert it here. There we go. Yep. Okay. So far so good. I'm liking this. Okay, let's see what this authenticate request doing. Also, this might have to be different because this is putting stuff in the queue. This is putting stuff in the queue instead of sending the messages right away. And I think this is logic that maybe it would be worth moving up there. I don't know. Although to be fair, it doesn't matter because this puts stuff in the queue. That is fine. This puts stuff in the queue and just no writer in here because we don't care about it. This puts stuff in the queue, but then we spawn the writer and this is what will send the reply. So there's no downside in doing this, to be honest. Okay, I think as is, this works. And we should be able to run a server. And it starts, and we should be able to use it, just like we were before. Yeah, it's just slow because we are running in slow mode. Test? Yeah. Okay. Works. Color equals 1. Let's take a look at the highlight stuff because we should be highlighting also ourselves. Oh, no. Oh, yes. In echo mode, we should be highlighting ourselves. Whatever. Let's not worry about the client right now. Okay, so server is a little bit better now. I'm liking this so far. Okay. So here this be read, blah, blah, blah. So now operations are fine. Next. I think we need to start locking state because currently we're not locking state and it's a shit show what we're doing. Complete shit show. So we can do it like this. Triple underscore. Triple underscore to our variable. And now we need locked. I'm gonna steal the technology from my other implementation. Core.zig. Lock state. There we go. Hey, T2S. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Holy cow. So many people. Hello, everybody. So maybe I should give an introduction on what I'm doing. So hello, everybody. I work at the Zig Software Foundation. We make the Zig programming language. I am right now not working on the programming language, but I'm using the programming language to make a chat application that I want to replace Discord for me. More specifically, I have a community on Discord and I want to move away from Discord and I want to make my own chat application, but I wanted to have similar features, a similar feature set to Discord. So it should have, well, okay, chat channels, but also the idea of voice calls, but not just like private voice calls, but the idea of voice channels where you can see that other people are chatting and you can decide to join them. So I'm implementing it from scratch. This is not like a Discord client. It's obviously a Discord inspired application, but it's also not even meant to be a one-to-one with Discord. And the audience that I have in mind for it is software development teams, like open source software development teams, basically. I'm making it to scratch my own itch, long story short. And here's what I have so far, which, to be clear, is not, be ready, because this is not going to be good looking. It's not meant to be good looking. So just so you know, but this is the client right now. Also, this might not look particularly nice because I'm running it in slow mode. So for the purpose of demoing this in a nicer way, I'm going to remove slow mode. Slow mode I use so that I can debug. Holy shit. Okay, I'm going to have to fix this. Oh yeah, right. I was in the middle of breaking everything in the server. Okay, give me a sec. I'll demo this now. I just need to undo some changes that I was making. There we go. We should be back into building condition. There we go. So I'm using slow mode to test all the state transitions because in a real application, connections will not be set up instantly. Right now, this is running on my computer, so everything runs right away. But in the real world, it could take like half a second or even a second to establish a connection if your internet is degraded enough. So I'm using slow mode to test those things, but without slow mode, it's actually fast. Like this is going to be a fast application. So what do I have so far? I have the ability to join a voice channel and talk to people. Right now, I don't have slow mode on anymore, but I have echo mode. So echo mode allows me to join a voice channel and hear myself back, which is not normally what you want from, well, an application of this kind, but it's helpful for, it allows me to test my application without having to either ask somebody else or have to spawn two instances of this application and then join from both ends, blah, blah, blah. So yeah. you can see, or rather hear my echo. And that's because I joined in here. And now you don't hear it anymore. And this is actually like the sound is around 3 ping through the server. So if the server was remote, it would work. If 2 people were in there, it would work. I think, or rather, it did work before. Now I'm moving this to the new Async IO in Zig. So I haven't tested multiple people joining for real in there yet with the new Async IO. But, minor glitches aside, that should work. And it's my UDP protocol. I'm doing everything myself except audio compression, for which I'm using Opus. I don't know enough about signal processing to be able to make my own Opus from scratch and it be anywhere remotely as good as Opus is. So for that one, I will depend on a dependency. I'm also depending on port audio for interfacing with audio system audio APIs, although right now I'm using port audio on macOS and Linux, and on Windows there is native code. Oh yes, and also SQLite. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, fair, totally fair. But yeah, also not gonna write my own SQLite. but pretty much everything else, it's fair game. Opus SQLite not going anywhere. Port audio is already not used on Windows. So it's kind of like 2 platforms to go ish. We'll see. In any case, what was I doing right now? I was making the server a little bit better because the server originally was designed to be single-threaded with evented I/O, but right now it's multi-threaded with blocking I/O. This is temporary because this is just the I/O implementation of Zig that I'm using right now because it's the one that we have in the standard library that is ready to use. In the future, this will turn into almost definitely will turn into non-blocking I/O, but it will still probably remain multi-threaded. And that means the server doesn't have locks. You don't lock the state when mutating it, which is, well, a problem if you want to make your application multi-threaded. That being said, I wouldn't hate in the future to say, you know what, no, we move to evented I/O, but we purposely do it single-threaded. That would be reasonable, maybe. I don't know. It's a big question mark, but it's for the future. It's for the future anyway. So that means that until we get there, in any case, we want this to behave correctly. So I'm gonna put locks. Okay. So state works like that. This is main. This is run shutdown event. I think state needs to move below that. I'm gonna move state below. I'm actually gonna move state, I think, to the bottom after client. But before the static initialization data. Logo, avatar. Oh, so we did have proper PNG files. I disabled all the images because I didn't know how to make them work, but maybe we can do that next. These are PNGs. Okay. So what I was copying over was this idea of locking state, which returns a locked. We don't have a locked. What's a locked? Oh, I didn't move the definition down. Oh, no, it's up here. Yeah, this is a locked. Hey, Neurosite. And that requires a mutex. Where's my mutex? in here. Okay. I'm wondering if we want to do this at all, although, because we might do everything through commands. I almost don't see any reason why not to do that through commands. Why locked state? Why lock state and not do commands? Why locks and not message passing? I actually never thought this through for the server because, again, I was aiming originally for a single threaded server, mostly single threaded. Yeah, but now I don't know anymore. I don't know anything anymore now. Huh. Um, let's look at maybe at the use cases. I love message passing style and generally prefer overlocking, but opinions vary. In the client, I have good reasons to do both. In the client, I have that the UI has to lock the state because it needs to read it to display the UI. So everything that the UI does is done through owning the lock. But network messages, network requests, like the server sending to the client an update about there's like a new message, a new chat message coming in, that is a message sent over a queue. There's almost no locks in flow at all. Well, in my case, it's just one global lock for the state because the UI wants to lock it all. Or rather, I don't know, maybe if you want to get precise, you could argue that maybe you could split it up somehow, but roughly speaking, it right now one lock is fine, and then there's a second lock for the message queue. But the point is that since the UI has to lock state anyway, then it can do things to the state as it already holds the lock. There's also one case in the network where we use a lock because we don't just want to send a message to the state and wait, but we need a reply right away. We need some information to continue, and it's basically when you are adding a server for the first time, so it's not something very common. But otherwise, everything goes through channels. Also, it's confirmed that we're getting channels are going to close in Zig. And we had a chat yesterday, and people were not in love with the idea, but nobody was really hard against it. So I think they were also getting that channels will be renamed to that queues io.queue will be renamed to io.channel. So I guess the question is, what are the operations that we do on the server? So on the server, there's no UI. Or if there is going to be a UI, it's going to be, let's say, let's imagine it like a web UI. So SSH UI, maybe. But it is going to take a while before we worry about that. So most things, a queue is a container channel implies communication. Well, in my case, the idea is this. You can have a queue and you can have a synchronized queue, which is a queue plus a mutex, where the assumption is that producers and or consumers could live on different threads, and so they need a mutex to coordinate. That, in my mind, would still be a queue. What in my mind makes a queue a channel is when it can be closed. The idea being that there's a thing where you close the channel and now you can't push to it anymore. Like producers are not going to be able to append new messages to it anymore. And if there was a pending producer, they get immediately unblocked with an error. So in my mind, that's what makes a channel. A channel is a queue that can be closed. Yeah. Okay, give me a sec. I'll be right back. And then we're going to continue this. 30 seconds. I'll be back right away. I'm back. Do-do-do. Okay, so what are we doing here? Right. We were asking the question of locking state or bitexes. Sorry, or message queues. Well, one message queue. So the operations that we have so far are this one, which will attempt to connect a client. Basically, this inserts a new client into the state. We have this, which does the inverse. This removes a client from the current state. We have well, pretty much most communications are about modifying server known state, like joining a call, leaving a call. And this is interesting. And we need to give confirmation to the client that we were able to do it. So we need to be able to say, okay, client wants to join a voice call. Can it do that? Well, there will be limits in how many people can be in a voice call. Not necessarily like resource limits. Resource limits, obviously, for sure, but also artificial limitations. We define that a voice channel is designed to have up to 5 people in it. The sixth person tries to join it. We need to be able to tell them no. So that means that all these operations need to have a known outcome. Yo, holy shit, another big raid. Hello. Hey, Demo Raid. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Okay, I guess this is moment for another demo. Hello. So, new people that have joined, welcome. I'm Loris. I work at the Zig Software Foundation. I'm not working on the language right now. I am working with the language, though. The language being Zig. And I'm making a chat application. And I can tell you a story about why I think we need a new chat application. But maybe I should demo it first. So the idea is that it should be something like Discord. So it's Discord inspired, not necessarily a one-to-one copy. Main difference is that this is going to be self-hosted. So you make your own server and you invite people that you know to your server. And kind of like, I don't know if people have this, you remember TeamSpeak? Kind of like TeamSpeak. So that kind of stuff. And what is the idea? Well, the idea also is that it should have voice channels. So one thing that I really like about Discord is the fact that it's not just that you can have calls, but you can have calls where the call is not private. People know that there is an ongoing call because the call is modeled as a voice channel. So you see that there's a voice channel where people are inside, presumably chatting with one another. And so you can decide to join them because you see that they are active in there. While if you have something like, I don't know, Zoom or, oh my God, Jitsi, you don't know that there's a Jitsi call, or rather, I don't know, maybe somebody tells you, maybe somebody posts a link somewhere, but you don't know that what's going on inside of a Jitsi call. There's no visibility there. So what do I have right now? And by the way, this is all from scratch, almost entirely from scratch. The only dependencies that I have 3 dependencies: SQLite, Opus for audio compression, and I'm using Port Audio on Linux and Mac for opening audio streams with your audio devices. Well, I have also the VUI. I have a UI framework as a dependency. Kind of forgot about that, but that one is in Zig. It's not C. And everything else is from scratch. This is what it looks like for now. By the way, it's super early days, so like I don't even have like chat persistence. So just so that we're clear, like this is all prototyped, but I do have a voice channel, and I have a server running in echo mode. A server running the echo mode allows me to join a voice channel and hear myself back, which is not normally what you want from the server, but it's good for debugging purposes because as I'm testing changes, I can join a voice channel, say something, and see if I can hear myself back. Which without that feature would be more annoying because I would have to join from two clients. So open a second client, join from both, and then I would hear myself twice because I would hear myself from both ends. So this is just more practical. Oh my god, panicked. What happened? Programmer bug caused syscall error. Holy shit. Well, that is sad. Oh, kernel bug in netsend1. That is interesting. What's on this end? Got this. Holy shit. I'm making changes to this file, so I'm not gonna be able to. I need to run a pre-built version. So zig out bin d2s run. Okay. Let's see if this works now. Okay. Test. So you can hear the echo. This is actually going through the server. You can also see that communication slows down a lot if I'm not speaking. There we go. Anyway, yeah, I have the yeah, I have the power computation. I think on your side you were here when we coded this stuff. It was more than a year ago though, so we had this. Right now it doesn't show up, but I have the thing that highlights who's talking, which works off of the UDP protocol. So right now you weren't seeing it because, well, it would have to highlight myself, but you normally don't highlight yourself through the network. You highlight yourself locally. So it's just like a special corner case. So we have this. We have the beginnings of a chat application. And the reason I started this work like more than a year ago, and then I stopped it because we didn't have good async IO in Zig, and I was using an async library that was using callbacks, and I was quite literally in callback hell. But now we have Kika's async IO coming to Zig, and holy cow, is it so much nicer to write now. And so I resumed work, and I started, I don't know, like a couple weeks ago, and now I have ported almost all the past logic to the new version of Zig. And, bit by bit, we're gonna keep adding stuff to it and trying to make it a proper project. I am going to open source this sooner than later. Let's say, I don't know, beginning of 2026, like after the winter holidays, I'll probably publish it. It's still gonna be super incomplete, not usable, but it is going to be open for contributions for people who want to contribute. I also will have to choose a license for it. So that's also another thing. And I think that this is one case where making this non-MIT, let's just say non-MIT, it might be a good idea. What's the GUI framework? The GUI framework is DVUI. I'll share a link. By the way, my DVUI stuff is an abomination, but you can make good looking stuff with DVUI. It's just that I haven't put any effort into that. So if I go to Pixie, so this is also done with DVUI, and I think we can all agree that it looks good. Oh, why is it not allowing me to do a new file? Oh, I can delete, but I can't new file. Okay, there's some stuff that I don't know how to do. But long story short, you can make good looking applications with the DVUI. It's just me. There we go. Please stick with MIT just because of the ecosystem effects. If not MIT, every reuse becomes a license discussion first. But why would you? But here's my point. Why? And I want to write an MIT TUI client. Yeah, to be fair, what I care about is the server more than anything else. I don't know. My point is that it would be nice to, I don't know, prevent people from making a shitty clone that they bolt some crap on top and they start selling. Like, I don't think I would be happy with the OBS situation, for example, where you have OBS and then you had Streamlabs OBS and then you had, all the crappy clones. I think that those were parasitic. Yeah, I don't know. I would need to think about it. The clones will use the same license anyway. Well, not necessarily, right? For example, if you make it a GPL, if they make their own fork, they will not be able to keep they will not be able to keep the things that they add as closed source. For example, I believe that for a while, Streamlabs OBS supported some kind of GPU acceleration that the regular OBS did not. I don't remember precisely what that was. Maybe it was early support for NVEnc. Oh no, I think it was on macOS. Streamlabs supported GPU video encoding on Mac back when normal OBS did not. And these motherfuckers did not upstream their changes. They kept them in their fork. So, I don't know. Like for the client, you wouldn't have to worry much because you could I guess if you want to get the definitions or protocol definitions without having to remake them, then the protocol definitions would need to be open source, would need to be MIT. Kind of a complicated situation. I can get in trouble just for reading GPL code and try to avoid it if possible. Yeah. Well, Um, I don't know. I do think that this is the type of software where it is worth to worry about what you want people to be allowed to do with it or not, more than any other thing that I've made. I mean, I don't know. I didn't care with Zine or any of the other stuff that I've done. It's just MIT, whatever. Um, but I think in this case, it's worth thinking about it a little bit more. I do want to prevent certain things from happening. We'll see. Hmm. Anti-AI clause. Wait, you misspelled Claude. Dub. MIT for maximizing zig spread is a sweet goal too. Um, I think that what maximizes zig spread is not really the license of the code. It's how good the end product is. Like you use Ghosty, and Ghosty working well is good publicity for Zig. Ghosty not working well is bad publicity for Zig. More than, oh, you mean let them clone? Hmm. Yeah, but you know what they will do? They will clone, and then they will add UB to their clones. Although you know what, that might be the defense that we have. If they clone and they touch something, they don't know how to write Zig, and they're gonna make they're gonna make shitty alternatives. That would be so funny. Uh, that would be so funny. There's a discussion happening on Zulip. Let me wade in. Okay, let's see. Maybe I'll show it here. So this is the question. Hmm. Oh, okay, we're having a discussion over this stuff. Oh, it's not updating. Zulip, okay that I'm logged out, but you could update this thing automatically. Oh well. Let's see what is the beef. GPL has a real dampening effect on open source projects. I like copyleft in theory, but in practice it just slows projects too much. Uh, why should he ask them about Zig? I don't know. So, if I have to be honest, I would probably want to avoid any GPL license because I just don't like the G in any of these licenses. So, I would maybe go for something like the EUPL. Although I would have to read more about the details. So, here's what I have in mind for this. Okay. To be honest, you know what? I think I would need to think it more about. I would need to think more about it. But the point is, yeah, the shitty clones are probably always gonna be there. So if I don't want, if I the point is that if I want to prevent them from being able to do anything with it, then it's like not open source. I can't make it open source because that means that that means that users won't be able to make whatever they want with it, which is problematic. Then it's just not open source anymore at that point. um I do think the users should be able to modify and redistribute the software. Yeah, I think I'm worried about server owners running modified versions of the server that basically add, surveillance to what the users are doing. The type of surveillance that is not meant to be in the application for real. Um, for example, I don't want to have the concept of direct messages in that rely on a server, because direct messages that rely on a server are observable by the server owner. Sure, we could sign them, but then it's a bad user experience having your direct messages be tied to your membership of a server. Like, you could get kicked out of a server and then you lose any direct message that was in there. So yeah, but the client encryption doesn't prevent what I just described, for example. And here's the problem. Uh, Client encryption works as long as you're not getting a modified version of the client. If the server owner tricks you into installing a modified version of the client, they could also mess with you that way. I mean, that ultimately is a big problem in on itself. Like, if you get a compromised client, all bets are off. But so here's what I'm envisioning. Let's assume that this project does go somewhere. In my mind, the only sane way of doing direct messages, I think it should have direct messages and private calls. And the only way of doing that is by having a third party centralized service. So here's how I imagine it. Basically, you can install the application, you can self-host a server, and you can do all the server stuff. But You should donate it to the Linux Foundation. Yeah, but uh, here's how I think this should work. Again, the goal is to come up with a scheme that gives the best possible user experience, the best possible user freedom, and everything else, but also some user protection. So the way I think this should work is that you basically have an option, kind of like Obsidian works, where you have an option of making some kind of paid account that costs you, like €5, €10 a year. So something extremely cheap that all it does is enable DMs, encrypted DMs, and direct voice calls, private voice calls that you can do using these centralized service that you pay for. I think that is the only way of offering these services in a reasonable manner, because it needs to be like the AMS cannot be tied to individual servers, and then there's also other minor nice things that a centralized system could do for you. But these are all things that they wouldn't be hugely costly. That's why I'm saying like €5 to €10 a year, but they also would not be free. So you would have to pay for, either you pay for or you're kind of leeching off. Like you don't pay for Discord, but you are consuming resources on Discord. And so, well, you don't have to pay for Discord, but you are consuming resources. And so, the money has to come from somewhere. So that's how I'm imagining it. Take a look at the YGG mail protocol. I don't see how a protocol could make any difference in this case. Because regardless of the protocol, the question is who is offering you the service. Like if a direct message exists in one server, you leaving that server means that you don't have access to it. Keep in mind, Discord D2 servers are not federated. They don't do federation. They don't gossip about. They definitely do not gossip about the yams. So, it's in general traffic that the server shouldn't even have to shoulder. Same with private calls. Like private calls should not be something that any individual server would need to shoulder. You store history client side. Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that if you get a DM on a server and you're not connected and you get kicked out of that server, that DM is forever lost. That's the idea. No async messages. Jesus, yeah. Back to the old days for real. Holy cow. Can licenses be forked? Uh, um, you're saying that the server-side mailbox could be a paid service. Yeah, I would even say not just that it could be a paid service. I think that it should be a centralized paid service. As for self-hosting it, I would not be. I think in practice it's a bad idea simply because people wouldn't do it, and then they would end up paying somebody to do it for them. And I think at that point it would make sense for that to be just one entity that is tied to the project itself, where you pay it and payment also finances development of of the project itself. My argument is that in that case, a monopoly is probably what you want. Obviously, you have to hope that the people running the monopoly don't suck. But I don't think that is one case where I think that a more open market is um, not desirable, in my opinion. Simply because it would make the whole thing more janky, and there would be bad actors that sneak in from the back door, and at some point, weird shit would happen. I would send DMs to the user home server. Um, it, I I think that is just too nerdy for what I'm going for. While I do think that D2 should be aiming for software developers as their core audience, like this also should be something that you can put on your phone and it should work. And so that means that your home server would need also to be accessible from your phone. And then that means that when you install the application, you would have to configure the address of your home server. Like, I don't want a newsmanning user experience. That, like, this thing where like give me the subnet mask of your home server and specify which one of these 5 different potential protocols is the one that you're actually using. It's like, no, none of that. I think that basically it's either you have the centralized service account or you don't. That said, I don't want necessarily to. The reason why I think it would make sense for this to not be fully open, again, is just because I think that the more you open it, the more chances for bad shit happening increases. And actually, at the same time, all those alternative ways of doing it, which are more open, are they would be compelling for a increasingly smaller slice of the potential user base. It makes home server choice both batshit and important. Oh yeah, you know what? I still have on my phone um, Element, which is connected to the handmade network matrix server, and since that server is offline, it basically it basically would spin forever. It would still be there forever, and it would not even allow me to open the application to log out, for example. I opened it now. Oh, now it's better. Now it allows me. Now the UI doesn't lock me out, so I can do sign out if I want, and it's just syncing forever and like forever failing to sync. Uh, your email provider is your home server. The point is not just DMs though. The point is also direct calls. You know how in Discord you can make a direct call with like a private call with somebody? I think that is another reasonable feature to have where you want to do a one-on-one voice call plus screen share. And that also requires something else. You could attempt to run it peer-to-peer, I guess in that case, but you will still get janky behavior. Yeah, no, but I don't. But this works off of federation. D2 is not gonna have federation. In my opinion, federation sucks, and I think there is no point in this. So, also, again, this is another thing that makes things janky because okay, you're a Lemmy user, but you're on Mastodon, but the guy that runs your Mastodon instance fucking hates Lemmy, and so refuses to federate with Lemmy, and so goodbye to your DM. I just don't think that there is like a lot to gain by opening this stuff. While instead, if you centralize it, as long as you have users that want this thing, then you can even use the money to pay for the development, which I think it's great. So this is, I think, my plan. As for the license, I don't know. Maybe the license should be MIT after all, and then if somebody wants to fork it and I don't know, do other weird shit, they can, I guess. But it's explicit via server. I don't want to do it. I really don't want to do that because I think it just opens the door for so many, I don't know, annoying behavior. Like I personally believe that the reason why these things don't take off is because they keep having annoying, janky problems that they don't have a real reason to have. Hardly anybody bothers paying for Discord. I don't know why anyone would pay for D2. That's fine. But you don't have to, right? You only do that if you want to support the project and you want to have features that cannot reasonably run off of server owners, unless they want to. Because they're fucking mad programmers. Be careful. Be careful talking about other programmers that way. People get mad. You shall never imply that a software developer could be bad at their job. Nobody say the M word, yeah. Oh my god. Okay, let's do a little bit of work on the server. So we were taking our state. So what we learned is that I think we want locks because for all these operations, we need a result right away. We need to say, look, can this operation be done or not? Also, maybe for the server, it would make sense to have more granular locking that is based on that is based on oh god damn it, what's it called? Wait, what was I saying? I think what I was trying to say is that we might want to have more than one lock. Like, for example, one lock for locking audio, voice stuff. Although I don't know. Yeah, but the problem is that we need answers. We can't just send commands. We need answers right away. that is also an interesting point. Yes, to be able to hold this type of stuff, there's that. EA dining philosophers. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that now. Maybe it's a bad idea. I think for now, one lock is good enough. Maybe, you know what? Maybe single threaded was really the way to go. But we can't do this now. So let's do it this way. We have one lock, we pass it around. If we ever go back to single threaded mode, then we can just delete the lock and everything will be fine. And you're still getting flagged for the GitHub Codeburger post. The way this stuff works is that when you make that kind of mistake, and then you walk it back, then some people will still be angry because for them it's not enough. They will ask you to apologize. Then you make an apology, and they will say, well, that is not good enough. You should apologize harder. And if you do that, never done that, but I would assume that if you do that, that's also not going to be enough, because you will have people saying, well, you should resign. The actual only thing that you can do is resign. Keep in mind that these are like, obese Americans at home who never left their house for like half a year, nor showered, stuffing their mouth full of Cheetos and saying, that's how you should, that's the only way you should be doing it. But so what happens is that then everything dies down because they find something else to be outraged by, and then they will bring it back. They will bring it up back again when something happens again, and they just want ammo to keep being annoying about things. So something happens in the future, somebody will remember and will complain again. So long story short, no, I don't think he is right now, but it happened. The internet doesn't forget, so I'm sure we'll come back to that in the future again. I'm just joking about it at this point. And I also would like to be on the record in saying that I can agree on the name calling, but I strongly disagree on the sentiment that poor software developers can never make anything right. Can never be at fault at anything. That is actually one of the most harmful attitudes that we have in our industry. You know how every industry has their own issues, like that are like very pervasive. I don't know, like politicians and corruption. It's like it's there. Like not every politician is corrupt yet, but politics and corruption goes hand in hand, and software developers and fashioning themselves engineers, calling themselves engineers, and not be willing to take responsibility for anything ever it's our industry trademark problem, in my opinion. Okay, so we call run. Here we are changing the state. Here we're changing the state. Well, it's fine if we don't do that with a lock, I think. I think this is all fine without a lock. But then everything else does need to grab a lock. So let's go find all the errors that we have in here. Oh, this is also fine because we don't touch it. Actually, maybe this shouldn't even be inside of state at this point. You know what? Let's move it down here. Okay, but host should be definitely down there. Okay, next problems. TCP broadcast. So, this is an interesting one. So we want to broadcast a message to every connected and authenticated client. Also, you know what? I think this should be, instead of clients, this should be, oh, well, we can renames like this will need to be done afterwards. What is this? Oh, this is inside clients. Set UDP. UDP index. Remove from call. No, these all need to be something different. These guys need to live outside of clients. And there needs to be one for curly down here. Oh, there's callers down here. What? Callers? Okay, what am I doing wrong now? Yeah. So that means that we need to remove one curly from outside here. Oh, is it like this? Oh, okay, I get it now. I now understand what I was trying to do. There we go. Recently trained LLMs know about Zig. Yeah, but the question is, how good are they? And I don't know. That said, you know what? I would disagree with the idea that LLMs are going to be always bad at Zig. I think they will never be good, or at least for a long while, because they right now they will at best try to write, I don't know what, C style Zig. We don't even know what good Zig looks like yet. You know, big scale. So we're still discovering what good Zig looks like. So I doubt that an LLM is going to get there before the people do. Give you a simple question to ask the LLM about Zig. Well, it's probably going to get it right, but okay. Ask it. Ask it to write code that parses a CLI subcommand. So you have like a process, and there's a list of possible subcommands, and it should dispatch, you know, depending on which subcommand you pass, it should dispatch to a different function call. Let's see what it suggests. Yeah, there's also that for sure. Okay, I don't remember what these things do, but not just to parse args, but to parse args and specifically map every subcommand string to a different function, which can be done in a couple of obvious ways. I just You ask for an easy question. I would say this is an easy question that is not immediately trivial, as in there's a one-to-one answer in the language reference. And maybe if you want to be more complete, you can ask it about if it knows about any alternative approach. Although I don't know what they will suggest first, even. But okay. So this part is good now. Why is it giving me so many options? I don't know, man. I'm sorry. Je ne sais pas. Are we doing global I/O? In the client, we're doing global I/O. Should we do global I/O also in the server? Maybe it's not a bad idea. Can you share a copy paste of the reply? You can put maybe the code snippet on zigbean.io if you want. Zigbean.io. Yeah, thank you, Stu. So global GPA, global I/O. Can't stop me. Global allocator, global I/O, man. This is like a C application now. Nothing can stop me anymore. GPA, who cares? Next. Who cares? Next. I/O, who cares? Next. Oh, GPA. Oops. Well, I/O has to be var because we cannot initialize it statically, unfortunately. Actually, you know what? No, I take it back. Maybe we can. I think we can do this, actually. Wait a second. This is disgusting, but I think we can do this. So something mutable global has to exist. You can do this. Why do you think that? Why do you think that? Okay, dinit. We want to dinit a client. Oh, this is going to be interesting. So a client is going to need a state. std os argv. This is already wrong. Print all arguments, access specific arguments. Sure. So, okay. Oh, this is like method one, direct approach. Okay, I was about to say it's wrong because it's not portable, but I guess you can kind of do it. Although I think that std.os is goner in your Zig, but argv, yeah. Also, it's doing .len. It's doing .len. Okay. Method 2, std process args alloc. Yeah. Args comma I. Oh no. You can't do comma I. Like you have to explicitly say that you also want an index. So you need to do args and then comma 0 dot dot. So this is also not compiling. Method 3. std args. Recommended approach. What? How? What even is this name? And then it's args iterator. Yeah. Manual argument parsing with options. Yeah, that works. Although, did you ask for subcommands explicitly? Because this is not doing subcommands. This is doing flags. Print help. External libraries. What does it suggest? Zig args. Andrew has Zig args? What? No, that's a fork. Wait, did he like delete his account, or is this just a repo that doesn't exist? He didn't delete his account, so this guy like Andrew is 100% against argument parsing libraries. So Zig args is actually from Felix, so I think it's under Zig libs maybe. No. No. Okay, I don't remember. Zig args. God damn it. I just fucked up I typoed the name. So there we go. This is Zig args. Yeah. Maybe this is correct, maybe not. This is an obsolete name. Also, this is passing an instance. This is copying an allocator into args parser init. Somehow, I strongly suspect this is not the correct interface, because you're supposed to make you're supposed to put allocator state in your stack, grab an allocator interface, and pass the allocator interface probably to this thing. Like, what the fuck is going on? Just to double check. Maybe, maybe this is just me, but somehow. Oh, also apparently this whole interface is different. What the fuck is going on? Args allocator. So parse for current process. Wait, parse for current process. Wait, do you parse for other processes as well? I guess it's because you could be doing some weird manipulation where you might also want to use the same parser, but the arguments are like in a string or something. So I don't know. That would make sense. So this is also fucked up. Complete example with error handling. Invalid argument, missing argument, usage. Process args. Usage error or distract. std.heap.general purpose allocator. What is going on? What is going on? What is this thing? Error invalid argument. Just exit with help. Where's main? Print usage, return 1. Oh my god, this is a main that returns. This is a main that returns bytes. Well, sorry, not bytes, but like that returns an error code. Try parse args. But it's also lying. This motherfucker is lying. So this is saying we return error invalid argument, just exit with help. So for this to exit with help, it means that we are calling into print usage, which we are not doing here in any defer that I can see. Which we are not doing here in any defer. So no, this will not print the help menu. I think that what's happening here is that this is like taking C code and this is taking like a C way of doing this stuff, I think, and applying it to Zig. Maybe there are some projects out there that actually do this way. This is not completely wrong. It's just like subtly, it's wrong in some subtle ways, which in a sense makes it even worse. Like this whole thing is not terribly wrong. It's just, I don't know, janky in my opinion in some ways, and also contains misleading comments. It's almost as if this comment is what the AI thinks makes it true. Like by writing this comment, then the behavior will happen. I feel like that sometimes the AI does that. I+1 at the end of the while loop. Oh no. Well, I mean, yeah, they could have put that in a continuous expression. Yeah, in my opinion, this is taking like C style code and kind of zigifying it. Because probably the AI has a lot more. It has in its own like internal presentation much clearer what it is that you would do in C, and then it's kind of translating it. You know how the AI is able to translate to understand concepts, like it's able to reply to you in other languages by going off of the same baseline set of knowledge that it has. So it's not like it has the same knowledge in English and in Italian. It's the same baseline knowledge that then it knows how to translate. And I think we're seeing some of that here. I think this is C being translated to Zig, which is funny because that's also what somebody who is very used to C would potentially do in the beginning before they learn a more idiomatic way of doing things. Anyway, I don't know. Big waste of time, in my opinion, these things. Yeah, huge time sink. I agree. Okay, let's think about locking now. So chat, message, send, request. There we go. This is the critical section. Grab the current chat, put their new message. Done. And then we give confirmation. Actually, even better, we broadcast. Oh, there we go. Oh, shit. We want to TCP broadcast. We want to TCP broadcast. Oh, that is then maybe we can't. So that means that we can't do this. That means that this whole thing is a critical section, pretty much. Yeah. State at voice gop client TCPQ put one. Okay, in this case, we might have a critical section. Let's see. Call join request. If then we want to, if it had an old voice, gop. How does broadcast work? Does it put it to a queue for each client? Currently, yes. Right now, there each client has its own queue, and I don't have a better way of doing it. Do you have any suggestions? Because the problem is that I think there is no way of putting it into like one global queue or like one global place, and then have like this concept where you have like a countdown where you keep, where you know that no, I don't know what the fuck am I even saying. Well, countdown, I mean like a counter that you keep decreasing. But in any case, I don't know how to do it without having a queue per connected client. The message is the same. The good news is that the message is the exact same that gets sent to every client. But the problem is that those being TCP connections, like every client runs at its own speed. You could even have a very slow client that is like falling behind a bunch. So in any case, you need these things to be out of sync to not have a very slow client slow also everybody else. So for example, if we had a queue where if we had one queue and then we were to send a message to every connected client, Like we had one centralized thing. Yeah, no, you know what? Actually, we could do it. I think it's a bad idea though, because if we have one centralized, okay, we have one coroutine with one queue, and we keep pumping messages to send in that one queue, and we could even have a little bit of metadata that says this message needs to be sent to this one specific client. This message needs to be needs to be broadcasted. We could do that, but then it means that before you can move to the next message, you have to have successfully sent this current message to all TCP clients when you're broadcasting. And if you have one or many slow clients in there, it is a problem. They will slow down everybody else. So I think that's how it worked previously, because it was just easier to implement it that way with libxcp. But I changed it in the new implementation, and I don't think it's reasonable to do it the other way. You're using UDP. I'm using both. I'm using UDP for multimedia, but in this case, we're not talking about multimedia, like voice stuff. Right now, I'm talking about the TCP connection that sends information about messages, information about whether you're in a voice channel or not, like state information, not audio samples. That is TCP, and that has AX, and that can be slow. Yeah. Not only text, but also like control plane stuff, because that needs to be ordered and reliable. Let's see. Outgoing queues are always a very tricky problem. Yeah. You need them to avoid slow client issues, but they can back up easily too. So you need some way of producing back pressure. Well, I think in my mind, the biggest problem is that right now, well, if I look at TCP broadcast, oh, I can't go to definition because I don't have the state stuff written down. There we go. So here, oh, you know what I could have done? Space S. Anyway, TCP broadcast right now needs a locked state because we are running through the client linked list. That sucks. That sucks because this is a very slow thing. Yeah. Also, for example, this put one, I don't think this should be a put one. I think this should be a try put one. And if a client is so slow that we filled their queue of messages and it's just not catching up, we should kick it out. Like there's too much traffic going on, and if you can't keep up, you need to go. That's one thing that I'm thinking. That is what I am thinking. So that we don't block. And even then, I think that having to hold a state lock is a bit too much, because ultimately, what is it that can be a problem for us here? Uh, Ultimately, the only thing that can be a problem for us here is a client trying to destroy itself, a client being disconnected. Hmm. Hmm. I also wonder if, in case of having a bajillion connected clients, it would make sense to like do this in a multi-threaded fashion, where somehow you have a way of splitting the workload across multiple threads. But that probably easily becomes something that hurts more than helps. Yeah, this definitely needs to become a to do. This needs be a triput plus client disconnection if the queue is full. Your limit is not CPU work. True. That's the biggest problem. But we can avoid the network problem if we turn this into a triput. Threats don't really happen unless you really have multiple ongoing network devices too. Which, to be fair, is something that we could think about, as in having a way for you to specify multiple interfaces, and then we spawn a thread per interface. So that's fair. Although, you know what, that's for the future. Like, so far, I probably wouldn't even be able to convince more than 10 people to join one of these things. So that's for the future. But yeah, this should be a triput plus killing clients that just can't keep up. Or, you know what, maybe not even necessarily killing them. Another thing that we could do is desync them. Like, we tell them that they are desynced. But at that point, I honestly, maybe just killing the connection is the better move. Yeah. Anyway. So we were deciding where is that we need to, what's the critical section here. So this is in the critical section. This is in the critical section. This is not in the critical section. So there we go. And this needs CMD. So this can be outside. There's no data dependency. So this was it. Okay, we fixed this. Channel create. State. Put one. Channel create. Replies okay. And then sends a channel update to the client. This is wrong. This channel update is actually a broadcast message. So that shocks. That shooks. That shocks because Does YouTube chat not work right now? It might not be working. Yeah. What are people saying? Sorry. I think I found arenas and loops that you were talking about. Yeah, sorry. Joanne, is that you? Yeah, I guess it's you on both sides. Sorry. Bork is borked. Add that to the pile of things that I need to update to new Async.io. For anything less than thousands of clients, you probably just want to block on the right side and force your input side to wait in line. For anything less than thousands of clients, you probably want to block on the right side and force your input side to wait in line. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean specifically. To block on the right side. To block on the right side. Let's see. Thanks for the pointer with the issue with nested arenas. I think I can probably fix it, but it's going to be annoying. Well, if you end up writing a post on Zigit, I will definitely be sure to read it. A global write lock. Mm-hmm. An alternative could be, but it's tough because these fucking clients. Yeah, no, you know what? That is probably the better way of doing it. One lock for all these internal state tracking stuff, and then when we need to, and then broadcasting instead is done via a channel, and you push to the channel even without holding the lock, which means that potentially you could be sending things slightly out of order, but hopefully it should not be a problem. Hopefully, because so here's what I was thinking. Well, where was the thing that we modified last that had I think it had a broadcast in it, right? Channels maintain order. No, yes they do, but here's what I was thinking. So here, look at this. Chat message send request. First, we need to add the chat message to the internal state. Do persistence. Well, we're not really doing persistence here, but maybe something like that. And we need to hold a lock to the state in order to be able to modify this chat, or we need to hold some kind of lock. And then here, since we have just one global lock for this, everything related to the state, we hold the lock also in order to do TCP broadcast. But an alternative version could be this. We make this the critical section, and then we push to a queue. So instead of doing TCP broadcast directly, there's a queue that we push to, just one, and then TCP broadcast takes off that message and sends it to everybody else. Here's where the out of order stuff could come from. Here we're holding a lock and releasing it, and here, in a sense, we're grabbing a second one after releasing this lock. So that means that, for example, as an extreme, you could be adding a message, and then here this thing stops, waiting for this lock. Another thing deletes that message, queues up a message deletion notification, and then we queue up the message creation notification. So the client will receive a message deletion for a message that it has never seen, and then something that acknowledges the creation of that message afterwards, which I think would make the client would require the client to be a lot more complex than it needs to be now. So this brings some improvements, I think, potentially, but this is also problematic. So the way that this would work is that we would want to be able to hold a lock to the queue before releasing this one. Like basically we grab that other lock and then we release this one. And that way we guarantee that we don't do things weirdly out of order. But to be honest, at that point, I don't know what we've gained. I, in any case, think that for now, this is plenty good. And this is just, I think we should work under the assumption that we're going to go back to single-threaded control flow, like single-threaded control plane once IO.evented is ready. That I think should be our assumption for now. Okay, channel create. We're saying state. Oh, but here's where this becomes more interesting, because here what's happening is first we create the channel, then we give confirmation about this operation to the client, and then we tell everybody about this channel, which in this case is not even a broadcast. In this case, it's just a notification to the one server, that one client, which is wrong. This needs to be a broadcast, which is kind of funny. Let's see. Hey, chat. New to the Zig ecosystem and looking for any advice for distributing a CLI application. Anyone have some direction as to where I should go to best learn, discuss the deployment options? One thing that a lot of people do is just this. They basically make releases on GitHub, and every release contains artifacts that you can publish yourself. So basically, these are all builds of my thing. And that's it. And then you can have a website, and your website can either point at those releases, or your website can also host your releases. So you can also do it that way. Distribution of CLI tools is, generally speaking, not a big deal. Then if your CLI tool becomes popular, you could have package managers that decide to package your software. But I would say that's usually something outside of your control. I mean, you can chase that yourself, although I would say that's not worth it, in my opinion. So, I don't know. If you have any more precise question, I'll be happy to answer that. But I don't know. So far, so good. It feels to me like the control plane should be mostly single-threaded, as it is very little real work and should easily keep up with 1 million or so messages per second. I think so as well. My assumption is that this thing should be a single-threaded everything except media. Like the media should have its own separate thread. That's that's basically what you were also saying. So yeah. Well, you know what? Let's not worry about it too much. Just lock things and call it a day. Authenticate request. Must not be already authenticated. Good point. Although, you know what's funny? That's not a problem anymore, because we have changed this. Can't happen. Run UDP socket. Oh, shit. UDP socket. Hey, X2. I'm assuming that you're going. If so, thank you for hanging out. Open stream. Oh, this is bad. So this is bad, but also kind of necessary. Basically, this here we are in the UDP media streaming coroutine, and we need to see if this client. Oh, I think okay. Relax, guys. Not going yet. In a bit, probably, but not yet. So, gonna rate anyone though? I don't know. We'll see when the time comes. I might. I'll see if there's somebody doing Zig, I will rate them for sure. If not, we'll see. So here's the problem. Whenever we are receiving, oh no, this is fine. This is an open stream request. Somebody is asking to open a stream, okay, and we check that. We check their state. This requires a lock. But the good news is that it is a small lock. State of client's TCP broadcast. Oh man. Never mind. Okay, this is complicated. Okay, this is showing us that this stuff is complicated. Do we look at state? Oh no, we look at state also in the media side. So this is bad. This is bad. Well, here's what we can do. There we go. So this is gonna work, but this is bad because this means that we need to lock whenever we are doing UDP packets. We kind of don't want to do this. So I think this needs to work differently. I think yeah, I actually don't even know what it can look like. Because here we are waiting, we're polling a UDP socket. This is interesting because I don't think the UDP socket can run completely entirely. No, actually it can. The UDP socket can totally run completely separate from the other stuff. I think it can, but we're gonna need to, but it does, but that would rely on encryption. Well, this is interesting. This is truly interesting. Okay, we're almost there. Almost to working condition. How well does Zig support eBPF? I'm currently writing it in C and using Clang and considering switching to ZigCC or write it in Zig. I think the answer is yes to all your questions. So if you're using Clang, then you can use ZigCC because ZigCC is Clang. Well, the ZigCC is some stuff built on top of Clang. So, but in any case, the core Clang is there. Writing it in Zig, I also think it's possible. What's the state of that? I'm not sure. There are some people that are into eBPF in the Zig community, but I don't know how far along they are. I believe that they were working on a replacement for libBPF, but that effort I don't think is currently active. I think at some point there was some interest in doing that, but I don't think they ended up doing it, or getting to a point where it's like a usable replacement. But you can use libbpf from Zig. It's just a C library, so you can do that. I think that you can find some examples. Actually, there might be even a talk. Yeah, there we go. There's this talk from Matt. Does he have in the end some references? I think here he's just explaining, I think, mostly what BPF is. Yeah, in any case, you know what? I'll link you this talk and then, yeah. Oh, you did it? Okay. Here's my recommendation. Talk to him. One way of doing that is you can join the Software You Can Love Discord server, my Discord server. Matt is in there. He's at Matt Knight, and then you can just add him in a chat in general, for example, and that should be fine. Let me see. One sec. I'll show you Discord, but I don't want to leak my DMs or something like that. People have a reasonable expectation of privacy. So yeah, this is the Software You Can Love Discord server. It's linked in the Zine website. It's linked on here on Twitch on my profile, I think. But you can join it and then just add him. You can start a new thread if you want, but he'll let you know what's the state of things. Like we were talking about libprotobuf, for example, recently. And this is Matt. One thing that you need to keep in mind is that here he has hair. Don't get don't let that thing confuse you. He's bald now. Nothing else has changed though. uh, oh no. Right, client here wants state. Okay, we're done. Really? Okay, server is starting. No, that's not Pixie that we want to run. Test, test. Okay. So back into working condition. We have locking. We have, so this refactoring went well. The next step is, this was very boring to be honest, and like very non-interesting. But well, but the next step would be to also double check that we are handling properly the client lifecycle, which we are not doing right now. So yeah, that's probably going to be the next thing that I do. Although I think I'm going to call it a day now. I'm going to end the stream. Yeah, let's see if there's anybody to raid. So bit by bit, I think that what will happen is that during the holidays, the winter holidays, I'm going to make some progress in here. So maybe I'll come back in January with something compelling. And then we'll see how to open this to contributions and see what happens at that point. So, or you know what? Fuck it. We go full proprietary. Can't stop me. No, I don't think I will. So Ethernet cable is live. Let's write him. Did you see these? Are you using the new flow completion interface? I have been lazy. Sorry, I haven't compiled it yet. But where is it? Space comma space dot. Why can't I not do this? I think it was it was control dot. That's the problem. So no, sorry, I still have the old one, but I'll take a look next. I haven't been using auto completion match. I should. It's just that Helix made me hate auto completion because the way it works in there, and I got used to make do without it because I hate it. I don't hate auto completion. I like it. It's just that I hated the way it worked in Helix. So I need to rewire this into my brain. Because I wouldn't mind auto completion sometimes. Yes. Yeah. So go say hi to Ethernet cable. And yeah, see you all next time.